Good morning, good afternoon, TEF's trading room traders. Welcome, team. Hi, Clifton. Yes, I'm just starting the session. Thank you. Hi, Scott. DVG, welcome, everyone. On the Wednesday trading, well, seems like this is not a great start at this time for the market because of the GDP numbers. Guys, we have seen a contraction, unfortunately on the GDP numbers. That means that the market is starting quite ugly to the red side at the moment, as I've seen. It's not actually the best start, but let's see what's going to happen next. So if I just go to the S&P 500 and I go to the pre-market, you can see what I mean. Indeed, the SPY is down at the moment, not just the S&P 500, but even the triple Q is down with a very nasty gap down. So it was holding, as you can see, before the GDP data just hit the market, it was holding quite on a let's call it like the consolidation pattern. But after that, we have just seen a huge dump back to this 400 and 460 or 500, sorry, $546 level. That means that we are starting a rollover from this 50 EMA on the daily. So it doesn't look very good, guys, at all, in my opinion. So let's just be careful today. And with that, the SPY is down 1.41%, triple Q 1.94%. I'm just showing to you. So I was hoping for a touch of the 200 EMA, but seems like it's like with this economic data, at least it's in danger, because even the triple Q, you can see it's down like $466. This means that the triple Q, it is on the verge of a reversal or rollover on the 50 EMA on the daily chart. Very ugly gap down. 460 is the next major resistance on the triple Q. I don't need to say that most of the tech stocks are very red, calling SMCI first, but this is because of news. We are going to get into it soon. Hi, Steve. See you, Brian. Nice to see you. Good morning. And the second, good morning to you. Hi, Anticipator. Good morning. So I hope you are ready for today's trading again. As you can see, the winning streak just ended on the market. And not just that, but actually with yesterday, we noted 100 days on Trump's new era in the residency. And I must tell you, we have never seen such an ugly start when a new president just come into the seat. So, well, at least something, right? But for the stockholders, definitely not a good news. So after the first 100 days in the president seats of Trump, seems like it just read all the markets. And with today's GDP data, which is reflecting mainly the tariffs threat and consequences, we have seen the GDP numbers down. I'm just telling you exactly. So at the advanced GDP, it's instead of 0.2%, because 2.4% was the previous data, the analysts, they were expecting a decline, but not that much, because instead of 0.2, it just came under the 0%, actually minus 0.30 or 3% at the moment, which is really, really not good indeed. On the employment cost, it just came along with expectations. And the advanced GDP price index, the quarterly, it was growing a lot indeed, from 2.3 to 3.7. But all in all, the advanced GDP quarterly number, it's very ugly, guys. And that's why we see the Dow down more than 300 points at the moment. Hi, Mark. Good morning. Happy Hum Day. Yeah, Wednesday, it's a Hum Day. Q1 GDP data this morning tanked markets. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm just talking about. They are blaming the tariffs and, of course, the impacts of the tariffs, the long-term impacts of the tariffs, because so far it doesn't seem like that the question and the negotiation solved anything. So the fear remains on the market. That's why on the technical side, as I just showed you, both of the indices, at least the SPY and the triple Q, which are the ETF of the indices, are just witnessing a very ugly rollover on the 50 EMA on the daily chart. But traders, this is still not the end. Definitely one of the most important economic news for today or data. But we are still waiting for 9:45 Chicago PMI, 10 o'clock core PC price index, which, as you know, it's followed by the Fed very closely because of the inflation, plus 10 o'clock pending home sales and the personal income as well. So full of economic data before. I would say personally it's going to be from tomorrow on like a long weekend feel, because most of the countries are going for a holiday tomorrow, including most of the countries in Europe, Canada as well, indeed. So tomorrow, the 1st of May, is going to be a day off most of the European countries indeed. So let's just be careful. So tomorrow, French bank holiday, German, Italian, and so on. And this means that this is going to be a lower volume day. I mean tomorrow, not today indeed. Hi Tara, good afternoon to you. But the US is going to be open and the market is definitely working and trading. All right, traders, so let's just dig into the news. Everything is about the disappointing GDP data, of course. On the market watch, GDP shrinks for the first time in 3 years after Trump tariffs trigger record trade deficit. Ouch, that's definitely, it's not a joke, guys. This is getting serious here. So they need to do something on these tariffs, or this is going to decline the market even more. Markets are dealing with a new kind of shock. The S&P 500 might not have bottomed yet. Well, says the Goldman Sachs. We will see that soon. Hi Raspi, hola, ¿cómo estás? Boketo Nitsan. I hope you are doing great. Sorry for the short answers today. I was very busy, but I tried to do my best for you regarding the swings. Very bad numbers. Yes, level 2, I completely agree with you. Very, very ugly numbers. And well, that's obvious. If these tariffs are going to stay, it's going to ruin the outlook for the economy. So come on, Trump, speed up the negotiations or do something, because at the moment everything is just staring and stalling, and no improvement, unfortunately. Okay, guys, but what else here in the news? Well, before that, I've seen some news regarding stock-specific, company-specific news like Supermicro stocks tanks, and NVIDIA could be the reason why it is just tanking. We are going to know more about that in the news. Snap sees bumps ahead, hurting its ad business. Ouch, this is not a good news either. I've seen even Starbucks moving a little bit. Caterpillar definitely says that the tariffs could lead up to $350 million in short-term costs. So Caterpillar is not very rosy on the outlook either. So let's see, traders, whether this big shock on the GDP numbers are going to continue this market to drop, or might something can stop it, maybe the 10 o'clock PC price index. Okay, guys, so let's just go quickly to the big movers. If you have any questions, any interest in the test funded accounts, because this is definitely what it's worth to look at if you are eligible to take an account like that. And unfortunately for US traders, it's still not available. But if you are outside of the US and Israel, then please just check the funded account packages, where we just get your funds, you get the trading abilities of yours, and we can just tell it together. Buenos dias, Todd. Nice to see you. All right, guys, what else here? All right. White House blasts Amazon over reported plan to display tariff impact on prices. This still looks like it's in the news, guys. Let's be careful with Amazon today as well. I've just seen news on that as well. Okay, so let's just move to the big movers quickly. We have a lot indeed, thanks to the earnings season. First of the stocks, as I mentioned, you SMCI, very ugly drop. The server maker saw its sharp plunge on the share size or the share price, sorry, more than 18% following weaker than expected preliminary results for the fiscal third quarter. Ouch, that doesn't look good for sure. So on the SMCI, I'm definitely on the short side. And with that, I must tell you, maybe the whole semicon sector is going to be dragged down even more. That's not a good news for sure, especially for the ones who are holding the NVDA for a longer term, but hopefully this is going to be just a short-lived pullback. So I'm not sure indeed. So SMCI down 28.83 at the moment, huge dump under the $30 level. Next stronger support, it's broken as now, no, not yet, sorry, 28.50, 28, between 28 and 28.50 there is a very strong support. Look at that on the daily chart, traders. Also, if SMCI is going to break it through, this is going to be a very, very ugly plunge for the SMCI. So that is for sure. I'm going just to put it to my short list. And as I see even Scott's list, it is starting with the SMCI on the short side. SMCI and VDA, I'm going to call to the short list because of that. Let's see what else on the news. I mentioned you Snap as well. SNAP. SNAP, it is down a lot at the moment as well. A reason for that, earnings traders, so the snap is on the verge to move lower. That means that on the snap, we can just watch a continuation though. Also, I'm going to tell you that this is a little bit low on the price, so I'm going to be careful. It's down 16% already, under the $8 level. As you can see, also the next significant support can be 750. After that, definitely the yearly low, which was $7. Snap, I'm going to get it to the short side, but again, be careful with this one because this is a lower priced stock indeed. And more news ahead. Let's just check First Solar, which is 13% lower on the 10 stock. Again, the reason is earnings. Unfortunately, not the best earnings at all. So FSLR, it's on the sinking side. Okay, so FSLR, if I'm just checking the daily chart, this looks like as a great reversal from the 50 EMA, just, or yes, the 50 EMA, sorry, just like the market itself. So it's down now 12%, high pre-market volume. Let's just move it lower here under this 120 level. The next significant support here you can find around 116, so still plenty space to move lower on the FSLR. What else here? Indeed, FSLR, okay. Yesterday, we have seen some nice earnings after the market close as well, what I'm just telling you. But Caterpillar, it's before the market open. And the industrial equipment maker advanced 3%. Also, be careful because mixed news on the Caterpillar, because it missed on both of the top and bottom estimates. Also, the outlook doesn't look good either on the CAT. I just told you that this is a big fear on the tariff side on the Caterpillar. Now it's trying to be much stronger. Nice bull flag on the daily. It's over this $313 level. 300. We should watch it, guys, maybe for a gap and go, but because of the market sentiment, it's very bearish because of the very disappointing GDP numbers. I would be really careful with the Caterpillar, but actually, I do agree with Scott that at least we have something which looks stronger than the market indeed. What else here? Okay. So Caterpillar, Etsy, Barclays, Humana, GE Healthcare, everything is really a big mover thanks to mainly the earnings. GEHC, it's higher 5%. This is enough for me to call it to the long side. And as just Scott did in the VIP room, Humana stock jumped 5% after first quarter earnings. Well done, Humana. Also with Humana, I'm going to call it to the long side traders, but this is a low volume stock and high price, which is equals a very spready stock. So be careful with the Humana. Yum China is here and the Yum brands indeed. YUMC, which is lower at the moment, and YUM 1.82% lower as posted revenue that missed the estimate. So YUM, just like Scott, I'm just going to call it to the short side. Etsy is here a bit higher still as on the earnings. Etsy, usually it's not very much impacted by the market. Let's see whether it's going to go higher today on the news. Seagate Technologies here, STX, which is definitely a call for the long side after posting strong earnings. Well done, STX. I was not hoping for so many long candidates for today, to tell the truth. And as I mentioned, you Starbucks is here as well. Unfortunately, this is not among the luckiest ones, as it's just pulling back 9% following weaker than expected earnings. So SBUX can just go to the short side. What else here? Snap, First Solar, I mentioned. If you have anything on your watch list, traders, please just let me know. On my watch list, actually, KO, Pepsi, Baba, J&J are in green, but the rest, it's very, very red. So seems like this is going to be a very ugly red day on the market. SMCI is leading the weakest stocks, followed by UPSD. Sorry. AFRM, MBLY is down a lot as well. PLTR, MVDA, as I mentioned you. Tesla is down 4%, AMD, AVGO, Coin, Roblox, Amazon, Meta, Google, Apple. So everything is on the shrinking side thanks to the very ugly GDP numbers. And this is thanks to Trump's tariffs. So this is how we are going to start these day traders. Also, I must tell you, this is going to be full of opportunities, especially on the short side, as you could see indeed. Despite of that, we have great candidates to the long side as well. Let's see if they can beat this bearish short market sentiment. For the VIP traders, I wish you a beautiful green day and a nice resting day for tomorrow. For the ones who are having a bank holiday day, not on the market, we are going to be open as always. Scott, DVG, Clifton, thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Stay safe.
Traders, top of the morning to everybody, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a wonderful Wednesday, middle of the week, hump day. Hopefully you're doing as well as I am. Looking forward to trading these markets today. As we get into the day today, as Aggie says, going to be a very going to be a very volatile day. I believe we've got a downward move here at the open. We'll discuss that and a little bit more as we get into the day today for this Wednesday session. Hopefully everybody's doing great. Welcome to everybody here in the room. We'll say that individually here in just a moment. And welcome to everybody on YouTube this morning as we get this day started and ready to roll into this Wednesday morning traffic here as we see. Okay, let's talk about the markets here, get you prepared for the day. and get you dialed in for what we're going to be doing today here and how you're going to follow along if you choose to do so. Starting off with Asia in the overnight session, we saw the Asian markets kind of split. Nikkei up 205, Hong Kong Hang Seng up 111, Shanghai and China been down for like 3-4 days in a row, down 7.62. Europe still in session there, red across the board. German DAX down 65.64 points. FTSE in UK down 5, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 7. Not too bad, but you combine that with Asia, and you've got 2 markets up, 4 markets down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures here this morning. Exactly what we have. Dow futures down 346, NASDAQ futures down 384.5, and the S&P futures down 78.25. So we're going to have a big downdraft here at the morning open. Oil this morning down 76 cents, and get this, below $60 per barrel, 49.66 per barrel right now in the oil patch. Very, very interesting here on oil. And if you're looking at gold, same thing. Gold's down $21.40. Up down over more than a half, 0.64%, 33.1220 per troy ounce. Silver's down 65 cents, down almost 2%. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium's down, all precious metals to the downside. Well, why is that? What's happening out there? Well, U.S. economy shrank 0.3% in the first quarter as Trump policy uncertainty weighed on the businesses. So we're starting to shrink a little bit. And then private payroll growth slowed to 62,000 in April, well below expectations. So he's got a little issue here with the exposure of a lot of this news coming out. And then FSLR First Solar plunges as the CEO says Trump's tariffs pose significant economic headwind. Don't know if that's going to be for a long time or if Trump is going to do something about that. Seems like he's not going to. But we're going to find out more on that as the days, weeks, and months go ahead, and to see if there's going to be any alleviation of some of the tariffs that are out there. Okay, we are ready to rock and roll this morning. Good morning to everybody here in the room. Kobe, good morning. Michael P, good morning. Yep, good to see you, Kobe. Yep, new here in the room. Always great to have you. Seth, good morning. Brian, good morning. Steve, good morning. Great to have you here this morning. Miguel, good morning. Darren, as usual, great to have you here. Thank you for contributing each and every day. Divide, good morning. Jeff B, good morning. Hey, Clifton, good morning to you. Blessings your way for the day today as we get this day kicked off and ready to rock and roll. Okay, futures down this morning. Let's talk some specific stocks that I'm looking at here this morning. The Starbucks stock will be posted here. SBUX to the downside under the 76. Okay, and we're going to take a look at that real quickly here. Going to move this stock to a daily chart and find out what 76 has in store for us. It's right about here. You get past 75, you could probably load the boat on that stock. So good for about $1 here this morning as we get into the morning session here in the 44 trading room. Also this morning, Meta 540 on the downside. That's Meta. I'll post this alert too. This is going to be a short META. Short under 540 with a lot of these stocks starting to rip down to the downside here as the futures start to worsen here this morning. FSLR, same thing, 120. That's right where it is right now. We're going to look at this stock real quickly here. FSLR short 120. Okay. And let's go to FSLR here and let's go to the daily here. Stretch it out a year. This 120, pretty significant here. If you stretch it out even longer than that, you'll see you got that 100 down here, but you get past 120. And there's going to be some downward move, I think, on this stock here to get this thing rolling to the downside. So watch the 120. We're there right now. We'll have to wait and see. Google to the downside. Actually looking for maybe a little pop on Google to the upside back up. And then SMCI, STX, GEHC. I'm watching all of those. Garrett, good morning to you this morning. So it looks like a shorter's paradise here this morning. We'll wait and see how this opens up this morning to get us a little bit more guidance and a little bit more focus on exactly where to go this morning. I'd like to see some longs this morning. I've posted some longs. I know Caterpillar, I was looking at this morning. STX this morning, that looks good. I'll pull STX over here, and then we're going to read about the STX trade. Hold on here. Let me get this a little bit smaller here. There we go. And we'll move this back up in here. FSLR. STX right here, and we'll just lengthen it out a little bit, try to fit it in between this. There we go, something like that there. Now, here's the STX information here. Let me grab this for you so we can both and all of us share in what's going on here this morning. So let's see, STX news. Yeah, it's Seagate, right? Data storage company stock jumped 6% after posting strong earnings for the fiscal third quarter and current quarter guidance. Seagate earned $1.90 on 2.16, and analysts surveyed penciled in 174 and 2.12, so a beat and a beat. So if we can get that stock to pull back to this 83, 84, I will load the boat on that stock here as we get the day rolling here. Okay, set to go. We'll have DVG here today with myself. TSM, great candidate for a long today. Okay, let me take a look at TSM here this morning. TSM. Okay, there we go. Yeah, very cool. I'll keep that up this morning, Seth. Absolutely. Market significantly stronger than most other stocks. Yeah. Okay, DVG is here. Good morning, partner. How are you this morning? Okay. I can now. You're just coming on long. There you go. Good morning. Good morning.
Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Look, this is what a market. You know, this is not a stable market. This is not an efficient market. This is literally volatility is an understatement. A lot of folks are going to be caught this morning. Obviously, we're seeing a little bit of a spike here right before the open, but make no mistake. Look, the PCE prices were, or just general PCE, not looking great, and then GDP also not looking great quarter over quarter. So we saw that we had some pretty lousy information about consumers and jobs yesterday, but for some reason we seem to just push and rally. There's still no confirmation that we've got a deal with China just yet. And of course, SMCI had one of the gnarliest reports ever. And you can see that reflected in the price. So I'll be keeping a very close eye on names like AVGO, names like RCL, so anything in the leisure space for potential bounce and an opportunity to short. Maybe it's a little too early, maybe, I don't know, but I'll be possibly swinging these to the downside, probably through the use of options this morning. So that's kind of what I'm keeping an eye on. Again, surprised to see the chip sector get smacked that terribly from SMCI. We talked about it in our stock pop-up session. For those of you who were able to join, it only takes one. It only takes one name, and we're seeing it like literally start to cripple others. So things like Meta will report tonight. Obviously, we have Trump also speaking around 4:00 today. So definitely be cautious today. I think there'll be some volatility, probably opportunities to buy the dip in names that you love. Apple obviously reporting later this week as well, so seeing some love in that stock this morning. Tesla, however, I will probably be shorting again this morning, and also be looking to names like Coin to short, and then might start to nibble on names like AVGO and NVIDIA to the downside, unfortunately. So I'm definitely going to be bearish this morning. Unfortunately, there'll probably be some dip buying, but watching 467.80 on the Qs, y'all, and 548.03 on the SPY. If we hold those levels, maybe we get a chance to get a pop here to be bullish, but SMCI will likely be my first trade out of the gate once we see a bounce. I want to see a bounce maybe to like 29.5 to 30-ish, and then I'll be loading it to the downside, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've got SMCI up on my third monitor here, or I work with 4 monitors here, so the auxiliary monitor. Watching SMCI also to the downside. We've got about 30 seconds coming up to this open, and any pop could be shorted, and then any pullback like an STX pullback, I'd like to go long. DVG, anything that comes up in your mind for a long trade today?
Yeah, I mean, STX looks all right. I mean, we saw Caterpillar what a move, right? It literally just completely dumped and then bounced. So maybe Caterpillar at the 311 area, 312 area might be interesting. Problem is it's not a big volume stock.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the trouble with a name like that. So markets are open. I'm waiting for SMCI to bounce here. We should see it about 29.5 to 30. Watching NVIDIA now selling off. Tesla, I mean, maybe 281-ish, 282-ish. Probably be interested in it.
What's that on Tesla?
Yeah.
Let's let this thing open up a little bit here.
All right, I'm going to short coin here in a moment. I'm waiting to see where the bounce stops. Look at the Qs just bearish engulf to the downside here.
Market opens nearly 400 points down.
Wow, look at the Qs now breaking the session lows pre-market. Pretty aggressive. All right, Tesla, let's do it. Okay. Boom. Go Tesla. Go Tesla. Break under 575 would be amazing. RCL, let's go for it. Small nibble here. Wow, 207.29. I got lucky on that, Phil.
Well, I don't see anything I'm in love with right now. Maybe FSLR to the downside.
Caterpillar looks great now to see what it does here. 50-50. Does it bounce or does it sell off? We shall see.
What do you think about FSLR here, traders? FSLR short?
Wow, Caterpillar just dumped. Now it's past that level I'd even want to buy it. You know, that 310 level.
Yep.
Now it looks great for a short. Watching SMCI here now. Okay, look. Let's see if we get a real breakdown here in Tesla. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to post it, guys. I'm literally watching this chart and price action. Here goes SMCI. There's a 29.5. Let's watch what it does there. Okay.
Tempted
RCL.
on STX, DVG. STX
Go
here.
long.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a bad report. I'm just more concerned about, all right, guys, coin. Let's go. Getting in.
Maybe at 85. We'll see what it does at 85
Nice.
here on STX.
Come on, Tesla. Don't do this. All right, coin we're going to add. Here it is. Perfect. Yeah, Caterpillar was the only one out there that would have been maybe interested just because of this huge bounce, that defending. I'm also watching Spotify this morning. RCL probably just dumped. I don't like the volume in it. Spotify looks interesting this morning as well.
Okay, $86 STX long, traders. May not have time to post it. 86 long STX. Looking for a single point here on STX to the upside. Nice move here. Super great right out of the gate. Wow. Should have got more share size. Okay. I'm going to wait here. Adding over 87.
Come on, Tesla.
I'm going to add over 87 here.
Yeah, coin. See, this is the trouble, though. Like, bulls are being rewarded right now for silly behavior. And that's okay. Like, I'm not going to fight the tape. I'm like right now the Qs are now bouncing, so it's probably time to go long. Boo-hoo. You know what I mean?
There we
So
go.
I'm gonna
Watch this 88 here now on STX. 88, I will come out of this trade. We'll see. Wow, I did miss that FSLR. Darn it. Had under 124. What about Snap? Snap for 20 cents? No, I don't think so.
Okay, jumping coin. I'm not going to be short. I guess it's just buy the dip, buy the dip. I'm going to keep Tesla, though. I mean, I really think Tesla's got a chance of falling off a cliff today. Maybe go test those. 562 print maybe today. I don't know. Watching SMCI here. If we see a green candle, it could be an opportunity to buy the dip, but I'm not buying that. Like, I'll just be waiting for levels to short. And we're at one right now. So I'm going to add to Tesla, guys. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's get paid on Tesla today. We break 574 or 274. We should get, that's going to be where I can take a partial. Here it comes. Very nice. Very nice. 274. Come on. Watch the cues, guys. It's getting real heavy. Yes, Tesla, 275 print. There you go. I'm going to short SMCI here in a moment. Keeping a very, very close eye on it.
Okay, big move, STX, and I'm going to come out of this trade right here. 88.20, and I am out STX, 3/4 of the trade done on STX. That's a real nice way to start the day here on STX. Nice move. And I will take this trade again. If it pulls back, I'm in.
Come on, Tesla. Just a little more. Just a little more.
That darn FSLR. Just a missed opportunity, that's all.
To short it?
Yeah.
It still looks good to short, honestly.
I know. Could take it under 120, but I had it pegged at 124.
All right, I'm going to start building on SMCI right now. Okay. SMCI, we're in short. My risk is already defined. 29.72 would be my stop loss, so 50 cents. Not a whole lot. But if we break session lows, I'm going to load this thing up big time. Here comes Tesla. There's a 274 print, y'all. Let's wait for a little bit more of aggressive selling. Come to Papa. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. There come the Qs and the SPY straight down. As long as I'm seeing those red candles, I can hold on to this Tesla short here. Let's see if we get a little bit more of aggressive selling.
TSM. Who was on that TSM trade? Okay, good. Darren, I'm happy for you, man. I'm happy, man. You took that away from me. I really wanted to get into that 124.
Uh-oh. Here comes the real seller in Tesla. Come on, let it hit. Let it hit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I might short Apple. You guys know how I feel about that. Maybe, you know what? You guys said not to. So I'm going to listen to the crew. I won't short Apple today, but man, it looks great for a short. Spotify, much as I love that stock, I might short that again today. You guys remember I tried to hit that yesterday and then got stopped out. Q's now aiming to 463.39 should be the next level where we find some support. So as long as we continue, I haven't taken a partial yet on Tesla yet. I will in a moment. Unless we get a big break here. SMCI's stop loss is already there. So if I get stopped out, that's okay.
Sincerely thinking about going long TSM here. I'll post it 162.50 TSM long.
Partial Tesla, guys. Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade. Easiest money of the day. Easiest money of the day. This coin trade, silly nonsense. I really want to short Apple, like with, you know what? I think I might with just options. Let's see.
TQQQ.
Again, Qs should tag 463.39 is the level I want to see a bounce. So every single thing that I'm short right now, that's going to be the target now. I'm going to take some off the Qs here right now. Just take some profit, bank it. Why not? Brilliant. AVGO, I'm watching it also. Guys, this Tesla trade is working out beautifully. Beautifully, beautiful. Love it. Amazon, I should have shorted that first thing, actually, given all the tariff talk.
I'm going to come in $51 right here at TQQQ. I'm long the stock right now. TQQQ long at 51.
Wow, look at the Qs now falling off a cliff. Watch that 463.40 level. We'll probably punch through it a little overshoot, and then maybe bounce. So this is where, like, I'm going to start trimming up everything I'm short. And then if we bounce there, it could be an opportunity to go long. But don't chase the downward move here in the event we pop. Guys, wow. Wow, wow. Chicago PMI coming up here, guys, in 19 minutes.
And the Chicago PMI can be a mover.
Yeah, for sure. It kind of cracks me up, like when I hear the news, you know. By the way, did you see where we just bounced here? Was that 463.52? Pretty darn close. No, they'll try to tell you a narrative or a story that fits their rhetoric, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh yeah, this is why we're selling off today or whatever. It's like, no, the data has been bad for a while. People have just been optimistic.
Yeah, you know, that's a good point. That is our news-driven society, right? I mean, that's people will, and myself too. I mean, I'm not immune to it, but people will watch, and they will, you know, they will do as they were told, right? So if they're told on TV or if they're told on media that you know, the sky is purple, then the sky is purple, right? I mean,
what's that movie? Don't Look Up. Have you seen that?
I have not. No.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like some political satire a little bit, but there's like an asteroid heading towards the planet, and they're saying no, there's not. No, there's not. And you can clearly see it in the air, like coming towards the planet. Yeah. You're gonna, you know, and everybody's like, no, it's not there, guys. There's nothing up there, nothing to see. But it's kind of an interesting movie in the sense that, anyway, if you haven't seen it, it's a good chuckle. Let's see. But yep, I'm gonna start using some options here in a moment for Apple. AVGO falling off a cliff, unfortunately. And SMCI is just going sideways. I don't really like it, so I may just lose interest in this one. Spotify looks okay for a long, actually, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. Netflix selling a bit, also kind of immune to tariffs a little bit. So Spotify and Netflix, you asked what would potentially be long. Those are kind of the two names that come to mind. Notice our level here on the Qs, guys, bouncing a little bit.
Yeah, and again, I am long the TQQQ right now. See if we do get a bounce.
Taking some more off of Tesla here. There's I call it needle and thread. It's not a real name, but it's like when you have a level and you break through the level and you come back through that level, I call it the needle and thread, where it like goes through your target level. And it's that 463.39 on the Qs. I don't know if you guys saw that, but we put a doji in just a minute ago. Actually, I wouldn't even call it a doji. It's more like a spinning top, but right at that level. And then we had a big buyer. Oh, Chicago PMI coming out here, sorry. 44.6 versus 45.9 estimate. No bueno. Only thing I'm watching for is GH. Jeff. I just saw your note, Jeff. My bad, man. Yeah, exactly. Go ahead and short Apple, and when you get stopped out, I'll short it. That's Jeff's comment. Thanks, bud. Hey, it works, right? Yeah, SMCI, I'm like losing faith in, which is fine. Again, I have a stop loss that's like maybe 8 cents away. So if I get stopped, it's all right. I'm gonna get knocked out, which is fine. Look at Caterpillar now, 305. Obviously,
Weren't you talking about that at 311 or something?
yeah. So 310, 311 was kind of the level I would want to see it bounce. Just got stopped at SMCI, guys. Is where I want to see it bounce, and it just gave up that level like it was nothing. So looks like better to the downside here.
Yeah, STX, I'm out of all shares now, waiting for this to pull back on STX.
Yeah, not surprised to see a bounce in SMCI, but I mean, just what a horrible report. I don't know if you guys read up on it. Uh-oh. Now we're seeing Bitcoin futures selling off big time. Whoa. All right, I'm going to leave 100 on Tesla. Let's see what happens. Looking at options right now on Apple. The 205s are too expensive. Obviously, they report earnings this week, so maybe not the right time to hit Apple with the options today, unless I was willing to hold it through earnings, which I'm not.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this to come back past that 5110. I'll load up the boat here, I think, on the TQQQ. I should put that up here, right? Let's put it where Snap is. TQQQ. I'll put Snap on the other screen. There goes 51. 5110 will add. And 5150 target. Looking for about 50 cents on the trade.
Well, I called the bounce on the Qs. Luckily, we got paid on the downside move. Now the question is like, do we continue to break lower? Jeff, it worked great the other day. Yeah, I know it. I always say never underestimate the power of greed. And, markets by and large want to move higher, like by design. They want to move higher, right? Because people want to buy it low, sell it high. That's programmatically the theme. So I'm not always bearish in the sense that I want markets to go down. That's not it. It's when you look at the data, in theory, we should be going down. But there's so much volatility in this market and traders, etc., that you got to think of the mind, like, hey, if I can, where are the max pain points? Where can I sell into? Where can I buy into? So looking at big areas of liquidity and take advantage of it, like SMCI, right? Like who didn't want to short that stock, right? But that's the point. Now they know that they could squeeze some people out of it, maybe get some money back that they missed out on last night if they didn't sell off along with everybody else. I personally just didn't want to go long SMCI because that was a horrible report. Horrible. Okay, now I'm going to short Apple in just a moment, but I'm going to use a few options. No, you know what? I'll find something else. Never mind.
5150 target TQQ. 51 and a quarter is, I'm going to add here 51 and a quarter again.
AVGO. AVGO is 50-50 right now for me, but given the behavior pre-market, I might be more prone to short it. But if it bounces higher, like let's say over 186.40, I might be willing to go long. Oh, Mark, yeah, you were watching Amazon. Should have seen that note sooner because I wanted to short Amazon. That was like one of my top 3 candidates today. I'm gonna keep an eye on AVGO here. Bitcoin futures now selling. What is MSTR doing? Why am I not looking at that? Oh my God. Yeah, I'm interested. Shorting MSTR under 368. Let me just do a market fill here. 368.23. We just got in. There we go. That's a nibble until if Bitcoin keeps going down, I'll add on the way down. Here comes Tesla. Just broke underneath 273. I'm letting those 100 shares work for me. Maybe I'll add another 50. I don't know, or 20, just a little bit. We'll see. I'm gonna grab some put options now on the SPY as well. So I've got put options on the Qs, SPY. I'm staying away from Apple, but I think I'm gonna short AVGO here. 185. Let's see. 185.20. There we go. We're in. Because these markets are so volatile, though, like I'm not going in full share size right out of the gate, right? Like Tesla, we started a position, added a position, got bigger on the position, then took partials off of everything. Now I'm just letting the rest run. So I'm going to let, the last 100 do its thing because, frankly, we can bounce here violently.
Yeah, and same thing here. Good strategy on a day like today, too, where, you could get flushed down right at the start. Do we continue that downward move? Do we bounce a little bit here? You don't want to get caught flat-footed with huge share size. So
Exactly.
Adding and double checking your move is the way to go.
Absolutely. Agree 100%. But MSTR, let's go ahead and add. I'm watching Bitcoin futures aim lower. I like it. Let's see if we get a break under 364. If we do, this could be a massive trade for me, even with a small share size. AVGO now on the move. Let's see. I know 184 is a big level for AVGO, but we snapped that this morning. Like we held at 184.02. But if we start breaking that below 184, we should see some movement on AVGO down to like 182. Watching the Qs now approach that 463.40. If we do not bounce that level, y'all, be ready for some more downside. I hate sounding bearish all the time, Scott. I really do.
It's all right. Hey, you call it as you see it, right?
Yeah, it's a bummer though, because like I could be bearish and then markets explode to the upside. Like, how did that happen? I don't know. But what's the old saying? Markets could be irrational longer than you can be solvent. What is AVGO? Broadcom? Shoshan? Is that? Are you new to the community? I don't think I've seen you before. If so, welcome.
Yep.
When is core PCE? That was this morning, 8:30. That's for Michael. I posted it actually.
Hey, Shoshan. Yep, just coming in for your first time.
Nice. Yep. Welcome.
Great to have you here. We appreciate you. Yeah, hey, listen, we're down 441 on the NASDAQ, 700 on the Dow. If we get better, then it's going to be an ugly day. If we get worse, it's going to be an ugly day. So I'm, putting my money to the long side here to work on the TQQQ, and we'll see if the overall index, if we get a small move higher. Also watching STX, I would not be, against going long that stock again on a pullback here.
MSTR, guys. What do you think? Add it. Look at Amazon though. Amazon's absolutely fallen off a cliff. I think hopefully one of y'all shorted that. AVGO, by the way, Shoshan, and again, welcome. At Broadcom is the name of that company. One of the big chip names. So you've got like NVIDIA, Broadcom, Qualcomm, SMCI, etc. So it's a sympathy play to SMCI's horrible earnings. Guys, Q's just broke a new session low. Down we go. Be careful. Let's see where the next level makes sense on Q's. 457.33 is the next, it's not a circuit breaker, but it's the next big area of support. Obviously, we don't have to go that low. We could maybe be testing this 463.40 level, undercut a little bit and then bounce higher. But if the selling does continue, that's likely going to be the next plausible area.
Yeah, and here we go. We got to watch the TQQQ. 50 will be my stop, $50. There's your MSTR looking good.
MSTR, y'all. I'm going to add even more.
Wow. Big trade.
Tesla now. I'm going to take 50 off the table and let the rest do its thing. I'm also going to take a little bit off these the put options here on the Qs in just a moment. I want to see a big red leg down, like a big candle. And that's when I'll take majority of that position off, guys. Tesla's down to 270. What? Anybody take that short with me? Anybody? You see it's in 1 minute and 30 seconds, Michael P. Let me see. Give me a second. Maybe I misspoke. Pending home sales in real personal consumption at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, losing position on the Qs, but I've got my day made on the STX trade. So just waiting here to see if we get stopped out at 50 or if we start to bounce now.
Notice we're trying that 463.40 level again. We're there right now on the Qs. MSTR now trying to bounce. Unbelievable. So gross. Oh, that's not cool. Oh man, this is where we get bullish. This is silly. Silly price action.
TQQQ rocketing now to the upside. Well, I'll tell you what, whatever happened, we just hit it right there, DVG, you know?
Personal spending for March, 0.7 versus 0.6. Estimated was 0.5. So that's better. Pending home sales for March, 6.1% versus 0.9. Estimate. Whoa. It's a lot of pending home sales. Oh, that's just unfortunate. MSTR, I'm going to probably have to dump this position. I'll wait for just a little bit longer. I'm hoping this was just like maybe some shorts covering and then we take the bottom out, but right now it's not looking great. You know what? I didn't care to remember or mention MSTR does report this week. So maybe there's some exuberance still in that stock today. And I'm now going to have to take a small L on this position. Just a moment. That is so gross. I'm still in it, but oh, you're I do see core PCE data now, month over month for March. 0% versus 0.1 estimate, 0.5 prior. Core PCE index year over year for March, 2.6 versus 2.6, so in line, 2% prior. Stand corrected, Michael.
Come on.
Yeah, I shared the PCE prices this morning for first quarter. Core PCE, though, is out. Well, that stings on MSTR, guys. Thought for sure we were going to get the breakdown, and nope. Just happened to align perfectly with the bounce. And now I'm just hanging on to see if I can get a little bit less pain. Still have a small position in Tesla too on the downside. Let's see. Check SMCI. Well, so I still think, like I said, directionally we should know very soon, like in the next 5 minutes for the rest of the day. If we break lower, 457 becomes a reality on the Qs. But if we hold this 463.40 level, on the Qs, then yeah, we probably start turning it up to the upside.
Come on, Qs, I need you, baby. Let's go green.
Like I'm gonna keep holding this MSTR position as long as I see Bitcoin futures aim lower. I'm gonna still hang on to this. Now, granted, if it does like a huge spike, I might be forced to get out. But like Bitcoin futures are still aiming lower. The Qs are trying to find some support here. MSTR. Jeez. I don't like giving back money, guys. MSTR. If I see 372 again, that's going to be my hard stop. So I'm actually going to put them up at 372, hard stop. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, nothing going on. I mean, it looks like the market, wants to edge a little higher, but we're just not getting that big enough lift here.
We've got a lot of tariffs coming out. Lots of tariffs.
Yeah,
we're going to tariff Scott, actually. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, individual tariffs. SMCI. Zero SMCI, yep. Maybe under 30. Keep an eye on it. Traders, I'll be right back.
I still think the big red candle's coming. Just don't know the reasoning. Like to was it Michael who posted that? Let me see. Yeah, to Michael's point, I mean, the pending home sales is, I was blown away. It's a huge number. Like that number almost seems like off. The Qs are trying to find. No, MSTR, really? Well, there we go. Out of that trade with a loser. Silly. Well, maybe it's time to buy the dip. Navy Joe looks great for a long. We got stopped out. You got out MSTR green, Michael? To the downside or up? Did you go long or short? To the downside, yeah. No, you know what though? You did the right thing. Like I was adding because I thought we were gonna break, and this is why like share size for me it matters, and especially in a name like MSTR. And I overlooked the fact that they reported this week. That's on me. But like I'm looking at Bitcoin futures aiming lower. Yeah, the Qs are trying to bounce. Yeah, the SPY is trying to bounce. I think, but decision time is here. Like we should be making a directional move to the upside or downside. Obviously, I'm more leaning to the downside based on the information and the data that we've seen. But again, we've seen all data, any data, bad data, good data, doesn't matter, just being bought for the last couple weeks. So
how we've made a little decision now here on the Qs, starting to gain a little bit here. You can see the VWAP that's basically right in front of us here. And that'll be the next telltale sign. Meta's above the VWAP. Starbucks now above, MSTR above, SMCI above. Maybe we get the trend turned here. Who knows?
this looks like it could go to VWAP. Yeah. I mean, I took majority of my profit already off that trade. I am not complaining on that one. But is this bounce like going to happen? I think right now this is like the suffer zone because some people, maybe like me, that got in short, and then people are now trying to go long. Like if you didn't pay yourself on the way down, like I didn't on MSTR, silly me.
Come on, TQQ, grind up, grind up. Let's go. I'd love to see that 5150 break here.
Do we buy Amazon at 180? That's the question mark now. If markets are going to turn around here.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're still down 600 on the Dow, 400 on the NASDAQ. So got a little ways to go, but it's a nice bounce so far. Yep,
Yeah,
Jeff, I agree. Yep.
Yeah. These markets can be frustrating. Like the AVGO trade, part of the reason, again, sizing matters. That could have easily been another issue like MSCR. Like I started with some size, then added more, and then got ran over, unfortunately. But AVGO, that was like I put it out there, put a stop loss in place, walk away, and then we did get stopped. I knew that was like a 50-50 move. If we were going to continue to see semis sell off, then we'd likely see it in AVGO, but we didn't. Turned around, now we're moving up. And as you guys know, it's probably my favorite name in the space outside of NVIDIA. Speaking of NVIDIA, what is NVIDIA doing? Yeah, holding that 105 area. Amazon, huh? Vincent, you like the oil trade, huh? Chevron is interesting to me, down at 132. In fact, I'm actually going to put alert there. ExxonMobil, I'd want to see it in the 90s to like swing trade it. I looked at Oxy the other day. It's in like danger zone, below $40. And I'd have to look at, I can't remember if when Warren started selling. I don't know if this is one of the assets he sold off from, which would be an important thing to note because he was in pretty heavy. I think around 52, right around there. So when he was buying a lot, I think he owned like a huge portion of this company. But he obviously had made quite a few sales recently out of his portfolio. So I'd have to double check that. Yeah, so like today, for example, Vincent, the trouble with these type of stocks, they don't move a ton. They usually move in the after. Like during the day, you might get like $1 or so of movement. So I'd want to see it lower before I was able to like buy and then hold it for a while. That's just me personally. Cue the disclaimer. ABGO just ran right into the 200 EMA and then just hit a brick wall. Tesla did, in fact, get up to the VWAP. But my share size is so small now, like I don't mind holding it. Like if it goes to, you know, I make $50 on the last little run here, fine.
Yeah, I know. I definitely could swing TQQQ, just depending on what this market does. I mean, we're not out of the woods yet here, so I'd like to see it recover further, and then we'll go from there.
If MSTR falls off a cliff right now, I'm gonna be very sad. I really, Scott, I don't like losing trades. It happens. It's part of trading. It's part of, being a successful trader, being able to get out of trades. But man, I really like it bothers me,
Yeah, me too. I hate to lose. I think everybody does inherently,
I suppose, yeah. I guess, the big thing is I've learned to not like turn it into a revenge trade. I mean, I'll look for a second chance, like if there's another opportunity that presents itself, fine. But right now, MSCR looks actually pretty strong, and could potentially push higher. So I won't touch it. If anything, I'm looking for long positions now.
I mean, as a trader, you don't have to, just use the the word Scrabble for that. I mean, it's because you're a trader, you're able to look for a second trade. And if you're not right on the first one, you look for a second. If you're not good on the entry, you try to enter it a different way. And it's part of what trading gives to you. That moment that, hey, I'm wrong, I got to get out, but you know what? I'm on the right stock. I'm going to get back in. So
100%.
It's all good. I like this V bottom recovery. Target now 52 on TQQQ. Second trade of the day. First trade, a winning trade on the STX. I caught that sucker down towards the bottom and then added twice. And now TQQ, I guess not at the bottom. I thought about adding, but that's when DVG got in my head and said, hey, listen, we could flush a little bit down at the bottom here, which he's not wrong. So influenced by others.
Well, look, here's the deal. We bounced off that 463.39 level we talked about this morning on the Qs.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, like that was why I was taking partials on the way down on pretty much every one of my short positions. And if we were to bounce there, then we could see, some strength to the upside, which is why now I'm looking at names like Amazon and some others. But my concern is we get a little bit of lift like we're seeing right now, and then we just continue to sell off into the afternoon session, but not before a bounce. So now it just becomes a timing game.
Yeah. Watch this 51.75. Okay, went through that real quick. We
It's a
get
good
close to
testing out.
52. That's where I'll kind of clean things up here.
I'm gonna dump Tesla if we don't get under that VWAP ASAP. Whoa. Wow. I don't know. Interesting, Mark. I had no idea. I'll just read what he said here. The statement, "I hate losing more than I love winning," reflects a strong aversion to defeat, often referred to as loss aversion, a psychological phenomenon where the pain of losing is felt more intensely than the pleasure of winning. This mindset can be a powerful motivator for athletes and individuals striving for success, driving them to work harder and avoid failure. You know, here's the one thing I will say, Mark. I'm not afraid to fail. That is, I think, I've learned that over the years that failure is part of learning, and a lot of people fear it because of the judgment that may show up from it. And if you're afraid to fail, it means you're not willing to take a chance. And sometimes that's exactly what you have to do. And I mean, heck, doing this for a living is like a big part of that, of taking a chance and believing in yourself. And yeah, I didn't know if that is that like from a psychology book or something. I don't know what that is. Kobe's looking at FSLR. FSLR. Let's take a look. Is it falling off a cliff? Yeah, look, they're super prone to like China. All solar panels are tied to China. Rare earth minerals, tariffs being an issue. Also prone to interest rates because most people will finance or lease solar panels. And then on top of that, because majority of the stuff is like built in, let's say, China and then shipped here to the US, they're having to pay a double tariff, which they're trying to get rid of on some of this stuff. But fundamentally, their business and the outlook is not great. And also, this new administration is not as quote unquote green friendly. So there's not as many tax cuts, et cetera. So it's really put a damper on the solar business at large. I mean, look at probably ENPH is in the same boat, maybe. Let me look. Yeah, down to $44. That stock was like a $300 stock once upon a time, 2 something maybe. Anyway. Are you long SMCI, Shoshan?
Come on, 52. Let's rock and roll. Here we go. 20 cents away from target now. I hope so, Mark. I hope you're right.
Well, there goes the cues. Bitcoin now getting some love, a little relief. MSTR now pushing. Apple now moving above the 200. Tesla now on its way. I'm actually going to close out the rest of this Tesla position. Yeah, I mean, I think just this buy the dip mentality, keep an eye on these levels. 463.39. We called it first thing this morning. I managed to take advantage of the move to the downside. I don't want to go long like a whole bunch of stuff right now just because I don't know where the buying stops. I mean, maybe it doesn't. Maybe we just rally big time.
I think you called it perfectly this morning, DVG. You said that you want to take advantage of the downside and then also to be prepared for something like this to happen. And here we are.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this is all charting, right? Like looking at how the news is playing out, etc. I'm not surprised to see what happened yesterday and now what's happening today. So it's not really like, ooh, well, what a magical thing. But what I am more concerned about is there's a big seller somewhere or a big squeeze coming, and it's the pending news right now. It could be a headline, a tweet, or anything. It puts people on edge. Like predominantly again, stock markets want to go up by design. That's why they live and exist. But they do oscillate, and so when we have a 5% correction, everybody freaks out. But we're up massively. If we're up like 20% in the last 2 years and we go down 5%, everybody panics. Like we're still up 15%, or whatever the number is, depending on the stock, right? Like Nvidia is up, I don't even know, like 800% or something like that from like a couple of years ago. So it's all perspective, I wish I could say I took full advantage of the bounce off the lows here at the level that I called out, but I didn't. If anything, I am looking for opportunities to short certain names. Coin is one of them. I'll stay away from Apple.
Yes, please. If you mention that word, I'm just going to say no every time.
Just have like a buzz noise.
Yeah.
I am watching 467.80, guys, is the level. If you're bullish, we need to hold that level. If we start seeing push 467.80 and then reject, don't be surprised to start aiming lower. You have to tiptoe through this market, Mark says. Yeah, I would agree with that. I get to write in my journal about MS2 and how I should have been taking a partial in myself. But I thought we were for sure going to test the low of session, and it didn't happen. So it happens. No complaints, though. I mean, a nice, solid green day for me. Yeah, we gave back a few bucks, but Tesla trade knocked that one out of the park. Where are we at here? Down 1.8% on the Qs. Well, we talked about Amazon at 180. It's now at 181. That would have been a nice trade. Oh, well. All right, keep an eye, guys. Qs are now approaching 467.80, which happens to coincide right at the 200 EMA. So some confluence there. SPY needs to get above 548.03 for us to kind of remain bullish on the day, which is within striking distance. What do the put options on coin look like? Ooh. Those are kind of inexpensive. When do these expire? Friday? I might be interested in that. So 10 points out of the money, they're $1.50. Okay. Let's grab 10 of those. Sweet. So I'm short coin with some put options. So worst case, I lose $1,500.
There's our 52 on TQQQ. We're looking great.
Very nice, Scott.
Thank you.
I'd almost say between the two of us, you definitely, I'd say, predominantly bullish, and I'm more bearish by comparison.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't mind being bullish. But when I'm bullish and you're bullish, markets are definitely probably going up. I would say.
Close your eyes and go long, right?
Yeah, pretty much. What a bounce, guys, off of that level, 463.39. Hopefully, you guys marked your charts there, and I'll chalk that up as a W for reasons to consider joining the community. For those of you out there on YouTube land or wherever you may be, like, subscribe. It helps us, please. We're trying to grow this community. If you're on the fence thinking about it, we still are. We extended the free trial through the end of May, right, Scott?
Yep, till the end of May. You can come in here, check us out. Again, one of the things I wanted to discuss, I forgot last week, DVG, was, growing up in the TradeNet community, and those of you that are on YouTube and with Aggie, and we have a we have a pathway for those of you that are with TEFS that live outside the United States that come and join us as part of that program. And DVG will understand this, and certainly Clifton. Back in the day at TradeNet, we really focused, and Mayer's big focus was training. And he had a whole training academy. He had an academy dedicated to training traders from across the globe. By the way, I just took a partial here on TQQQ. Okay. So that was really, and I did a ton of training. I enjoyed it. I did videos and commercials and you name it, I've done it as far as TradeNet goes, and all of the classes. And we had the one leadership class that went for 5 straight days. We did it every day for 5 straight days for once a quarter. And getting into 44 trading, I thought, hey, first of all, I'm not a slacker, but as DVG knows, we've discussed, it takes a lot of time to do things. It takes a lot of time to do social media, to do videos, to do training, to get everything together. And you get a different perspective when you continue to trade, you're trading your own capital and focusing on making great trades. And that's kind of what we do here. That's what we do here in the room, is make great trades and continue to be green and keep things going along. The point of everything is this, is that if you're looking to get trained, if you're looking for some training, you can get with Aggie, you can read some books, or in my opinion, the best training that you could get out there, and this is for the YouTube community and those of you that are not in the room, is to come into the room. You've got a free trial right now. You can see the way that we trade. You can ask questions openly here in the room. We've got a brand new platform here with Pro Trader, and we answer any and all questions and walk you through our trades and walk you through the reasons why and walk you through what we're seeing. So again, it's, you'll get your best training live right here in the room. And we have been designed to really not have specific training courses. I mean, it could change if the group in the community says, hey, Scott, we need some training. I am falling short. I am failing all the time. Then yeah, we can have some classes. DVG is kind of, had a little learning class this week here in the evening. We could certainly entertain that. I'm just saying, in my opinion, you can go through a lot of training. It's like you can read a lot of books on how to fly a plane, but until you get behind the stick of the plane and pull back and start to fly, you're not going to learn what you need to learn about flying until you're in the seat. Okay, so those of you that are worried about not getting training, about not seeing improvement, stick right here in the room. We'll guide you through that. We're darn good at what we do. DVG's been around for a long time, is a great trader. Clifton is here to help in any way that he can. And I'm here most every day as well. So we love you. We love all the clients out there that are with us each and every day. It's an exclusive room. It's not open to everybody. but I think that the group that we have here, people sharing every day, Michael, Vince, and Mark, and the rest of the team here, um, do a great job of posting trades and letting us know how they're doing throughout the day. Darren does a great job. So we just appreciate you, and that's kind of where we're at right now with the state of the union, so to speak.
I
But
suppose I would want to make an ask on that, Scott,
yeah,
if you're open to it for the
yeah,
folks in our community now. I mean, send us maybe, a recommendation or like what you would rather, like things that you'd like to see, not, hey, DVG, Scott, you're amazing. Like that's great too. Trust me, we like the kudos stuff. That's always fun. But like recommendations on what you'd like to see more of, like that's super helpful. So if you can take a minute, maybe just send some feedback, whether that's directly to me, Scott, Clifton. It's welcome with open arms. Trust me, we're not gonna have our feelings hurt. We're all adults here, right? But at the end of the day, like we want to make sure that we're providing relevant information, context, etc. But yeah, Scott, I totally agree with you. That's been the struggle both of us have had is if time and money are infinite, imagine all the things you could do, right?
yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Guys, I'm going to add to my put options on coin. Notice the level on the Qs. Who marked their chart? What was the level on the Qs? It's either going to become a ceiling or a floor. We'll double check, see who was paying attention. No comments. 46780. 46780. What just happened? We hit the 200 EMA. We got above 468 and change. Now that we're below that 467.80, I'm back to my bearish thesis. If we get above that, I'll dump every short position I got. Scott, I got to plan a Florida trip, man.
You need to. House is open.
I think it's overdue, man.
Yep. I've been blanked. My wife was laughing at me yesterday. I've been blanked for 2 days now fishing. And
really?
yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just, I should Google it. I don't know if we're in season, out of season, or what. I don't know. I just don't really care. But I fish off our dock. We're in a off the intercoastal, and I fish every night. If I get up early in the morning, I don't really fish in the morning. I'm afraid to catch one, and then I have to get all dirty and clean and stuff like that. But in the evening, I fish most every night, and it's been great up until it hasn't been.
What are you catching out there?
Mostly speckled trout, redfish.
Oh,
those
nice.
two.
Redfish go great on the grill, man.
Oh man, bro, it's great. So yeah, I just been blanked. I don't know. I have what I do. I'm gonna get a caddy for it too in the next couple of days. I have like 5 rods, all geared up with 5 different baits. I've got some fake shrimp. I've got like spoons, and I've got like a little minnow. And so I'll use one, cast it like 5-6 times. If I don't catch anything, I'll switch back. Just trying to find out what works, but it's been slow.
A dry slump. But you're mostly catch and release, right? You're not.
Yeah, I have been. I was telling Amir the other day, I said, I've got to get a table. If you've been around any type of dock or have seen anything like that, just a fishing or a fillet table that you mount to the dock, and it's right by the hose, and you bring the fish in. You
slide off the.
You clean and chop and everything like that. So I'm working. I got to get that. Listen, man. You said it just the best, and we've talked about it before. It's just time. I mean, I mean, I don't even know where the day goes, bro. I mean, I trade and then I'm working and, just grinding out taxes and then, occasional golf game. And
What
then
a horrible thing taxes,
I know,
actually.
right? Well, I wish you would handle that, President Trump. I'm so sick of you talking about it and not doing anything.
Miguel, maybe, by the way, just talking about short and Tesla. Make sure you got to put a decent risk tolerance on that. 2 points at least. SMCI looking now like it's going to completely fall off a cliff. Coin, guys, this is how you do it. Boom. Pull up your 200 EMA, throw a 1 minute chart up, and check out what happens at that number. Make sure your after hours are on.
So interesting enough, I just got a message from YouTube land out there wanting to come into the room, and that's what you do. Clifton's got the link there. You can come into the website, request room access, and then we review those and send you an email back to bring you into the room and to trade with us. So thank you for that, and would love to see more people take the opportunity to come into the room, check us out, and kind of roll from there. I kind of feel bad. I kind of feel like I'm kind of like a crier, like my poor. I try. I trade. I mean, it's. Like I told Mayor before. I said, it's just the best job in the world, right? I mean, you can't. And here we are complaining. Oh, I don't catch any fish. Oh, I have to do this. I have to do that. It's like, shut up, Scott.
Shut up, Scott. You got a great life. Come on.
I know, right? It's like, what am I going to say?
No, you know what, though? It's important to recenter, but it's also important to, appreciate everything. I know it's hard to do, though.
Yeah.
Like I was just thinking about that the other day. As we moved literally coast to coast, and in that process, it's one incredible journey in so many ways. But it's also been, stress of it all, and having to rebuy stuff that you sold at the previous house. You know what I mean? Just all that stuff,
Yeah.
and it's exactly what you said. Is you kind of have to pinch yourself and go, "Hey, stop whining. Life is great. Like you've had this opportunity. Appreciate it." So
yeah, no doubt.
Totally hear what you're saying, but it's also easy. It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind that is life, but wouldn't have it any other way, man. Like we were talking about fear of failure and risk, etc. Like, I'm glad you and I had a chance to meet. We're doing this thing together. It's pretty awesome. I'm super grateful. We've got an awesome community, good people. Miguel's looking at short and Tesla again.
Yeah, and the other thing is I can't. I also want to just make the quick comment, and then I'll shut up because I got diarrhea of the mouth this morning. But we made the decision to be only a morning trading room, and we do come in every once in a while in the afternoon. I know DVG's been spending more time, but and there goes the Qs. Thank goodness TQQ, man, go baby. But I think that it boils down to, after years and years of trading and knowing the markets like I do, I just want the best for everyone. And the best trading is the morning session. I mean, it really, really is. The morning session and in my opinion, that last hour, you could call it 2:30 to 4, hour and a half, but it doesn't get any better for volatility, and volatility breeds opportunity, and opportunity, if taken advantage of, will lead to being a profitable trader. So, that's why we're focused on this morning trading, and it allows everybody the opportunity to get out, including myself, including DVG, to do things, to live the trading lifestyle. Whether you want to go out and study more, whether you want to go out and ride motorcycles, drive your Porsche around, play golf, do whatever you want to do. That's what this lifestyle is about. What the lifestyle is not about is to sit here all day long, to talk shop, and to, work every second of the day. It's not what you want to do. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to trade all day long as much as I love it. You know, I want to go out and enjoy the fruit of the labor, the trading lifestyle.
Yeah, I saw like a little cartoon the other day, and it was basically like it shows a trader coming in, makes their base hit, $1,000, $2,000, whatever, and then leaves for the day, goes, has exercise, lunch, all this other stuff, and then the trader that sits in front of that computer while that other person was out doing all that, they're in front of the computer, and they went from a green day and turned it into a red day.
Yeah.
And like that's what you definitely don't want. And we talked about me not being happy about giving money back, but like let's look at MSTR, perfect example. If I didn't have a stop in place, I'd be down another 6 points.
Yep.
Like you don't want to be in that spot, So I do agree though, Scott. Like being able to, unfortunately I'm like tuned into markets pretty much all day.
Yeah.
Like listening to news and what's happening, etc. But it's not really, I'd say, the typical news. I'm not always just listening to what you see on TV. But so I'm keeping track of like if there's a big event, if there's some, a big, bombshell headline that I could take advantage of on the move. Like, yeah, I'll hop on and take that trade. But it's more so to keep aligned with like, hey, what's happening? Let's say, for example, globally versus just in the U.S. Because like I'm looking to maybe even start making investments overseas, which we're pretty excited about. But namely in Spain. So hearing about the big power outage in Spain, that kind of is making me get second thoughts on whether we should buy a place in Spain or not. But anyway.
Well, I mean, and then here's the situation. I mean, people can be upset all they want, but when we had the pandemic, remember it pretty vividly. When we had the outbreak, made a ton of money, a ton of money, and I don't apologize for it. It's like Trump said. People were accusing Trump. Hey, listen, man, you filed bankruptcy, for the New Jersey stuff, and you're not that smart. He's like, listen, I filed bankruptcy under the laws that the United States gives to me. I utilized what was given to me to write my business or to make sure I don't lose my ass. I mean,
yeah.
And you just like DVG's saying, he's taking advantage of the news and he's sitting around and listening for it and rolling from there. Nothing wrong with it, man. Nothing wrong with it.
But that said, I mean, when I'm out, I'm out. Like if I'm right now around 11 o'clock, that's kind of when I'm planning on tapping out. So another 12 minutes. I've got this position on with coin, literally doubled the size. So I'm in for like $3,000. I won't let it really go against that much, but so it's just under 3,000. But it's 20 contracts that expire Friday at a 190 strike. So I'm 9 points away from that. Now, granted, if we start hitting session lows, guys, I'm going to take some off of there. I'm going to treat it as if it's a stock. But if we start breaking lower, then that could really start paying dividends for me. No pun intended. But anyway, that's kind of like the only trade I'm looking at holding right now. If we start turning and burning to the upside, again, I'm keeping my eye on names like AVGO and NVIDIA because I think they've been beaten down pretty bad. But not for nothing, SMCI's report, if you guys didn't read it, I highly recommend that you do. It was awful. It was a terrible report. So, and you'll see the sympathy plays of what happened with SMCI and how it had an impact on NVIDIA, how it had an impact on AVGO, how it had an impact on Amazon, how it had an impact on Google. And that's SMCI, right? Like, yes, they're the ones that help make the chips, etc. You know what I mean? Like NVIDIA and those guys are making it, but SMCI helps design them. So it's just important to know like how all this stuff is connected and why markets would move down, not just because you think it's a down day or an up day or flip a coin, but understanding the implications of what that means is that the demand is not necessarily there for the AI chips the way everybody planned on it being. And what does that mean for reports that are coming out this week? You know, we've got Microsoft, you've got Meta, you've got Apple, SMCI obviously already reported, you got MSCR reporting. So like, there's a ton of names reporting this week, and it's important to know that macro level, you know, information coming into markets. Now, again, those of you that are part of this community, you're well aware of it because we talk about it. But it goes back to like, why join a community? It's for, look, if you're new to this business, it's good to know these things. Obviously, it's up to you to make your own decision, right? If you're looking for someone to tell you exactly when to click the button in and out, like that's not what we're here for, right? We're here to just kind of share a perspective. Obviously, this is not financial advice. This is just opinions, which is why we say cue the disclaimer. Cue the disclaimer is like, hey, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money. It's your money. Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, though, Scott and I have been fortunate to take our passion for this business and leverage a community of like-minded individuals that share a perspective on how we can take advantage of markets and find opportunity there. So all that to say, guys, I don't think I'm gonna take another trade. I might head out here in a few minutes. I'm gonna keep this put option on coin. I'll probably take some off in a little bit. It's already, you know, working out, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm going to be done here too. You know, again, today just two trades, and the only other thing I'm going to end on is this. You know, and we've said it here before. If you want planes, trains, Lamborghinis, automobiles, things like that, go to a different room. But if you want to be focused on making money, supporting your family, growing not growing your education, but growing your aptitude of learning and becoming a very good trader, you found a great home here. And I care about you guys. I care about the community and that we pursue green each and every day, and that's what we do, and that's what we do best, I think. So I'll probably be here till 11:15. I'm going to wait a little bit on this TQQ, see if I can squeeze any more fun out of this trade towards that 52.50. Again, just two trades today. You know, not going to sit here and trade 50 trades. It's not my style. You know, anywhere from 2 to 6 trades a day in a morning session, I think is great. Preferably like a day like today, DVG, 2 trades and 2 very profitable trades.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, influenced by you, the rest of the team, trying to bottom fish a little bit today with great cause, like we talked about. If we're wrong, we're traders, we can reverse, but if we're right, we're going to make some big coin, and that's exactly what's happening today.
Nice, yeah. Well, it looks like the Qs are definitely trying to push. The Qs are definitely trying to push now. So literally, like, I don't know. I might give back. Let's do $900. It would be my potential loss on this coin trade, which is fine. We'll still be nice and green on the day. But I'm going to set it, forget it. You know, I'll keep an eye on it later on. And then I may grab, actually, I don't really like the put options on Tesla. They're a little expensive. They're up to like $5 for the 270s. But it's more or less just protection in the event that we do continue to downside move. Right now, Qs look like they want to move higher. You know, we're just above the 200 EMA. SPY is right there. But now I'm watching SPY at 548. I've got an alert, so I'll get notified if it moves above there. And then if we get stopped out on coin, it is what it is.
DVG,
Scott,
what about the earnings tonight and tomorrow? Can you review those?
Yeah, give me one sec.
Yep.
Where are you? Today, Wednesday. Jeez, can't believe we're already there.
I know.
So we have Microsoft and Meta reporting after the close, along with Robinhood, Qualcomm, Albemarle, which, by the way,
good.
I'm a big fan of that. I'm actually going to pull it up right now. I actually think that has a real chance to spike big time.
What's that?
Albemarle, big in the mining business out in Australia. But kind of like that. Actually, I may put a trade on. I may trade that after hours. We'll see. Prudential as well. And then tomorrow morning, we have Eli Lilly, Roblox, CVS, MasterCard, McDonald's, Shake Shack, Quanta Services, they're more on the service side of the oil field business. So interesting to see what happens there. Also, Hess reported this morning. But then Thursday after the close, we have Amazon, we have Apple, we have Riot, Airbnb. Airbnb is probably going to get wrecked. So yeah, we definitely have a big lineup. And then of course Friday, Chevron, Exxon. Who was talking about Vincent? My buddy Vincent out there. And then Apollo also reports Friday, which Apollo is an interesting one to watch. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Apollo or not, but they're kind of like a very interesting outfit. Like they take failing businesses and somehow make them profitable, or they pull parts of it out. Like think of Chuck E. Cheese. I don't know if you guys remember Chuck E. Cheese here in the States. They bought that company, became part of their portfolio, and somehow managed to turn a profit out of that, which I don't know how they did that, but they do that very often. So it's an interesting company to keep an eye on, just to understand their business. But they're also kind of like almost like an indicator. You know, if they're ramping up business, that usually means things aren't going well in the markets. You know what I mean? Because they'll have a tendency to, like, again, buy a company for pennies on the dollar and then turn them around. So anyhow, that's happening on Friday. But yeah, the big ones: Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. Big week, guys.
Yep. Thank you, DVG. Yep, the big week continues here in the 44 trading room. Tomorrow we'll be here bright and early in the morning with Aggie. DVG and I will be trading the markets. I think we get Amir back tomorrow, which is great. So I'm going to call it a day right here. Look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Everybody have a great day today. DVG, thank you so much.
You got it.
And traders, I'll see you tomorrow. Clifton, thanks again, bud. And DVG, I'll see you then. God bless you all. Godspeed, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Right on. Thanks, Scott. I'm going to do the same outro, y'all. I'll probably just check in on stuff later on this afternoon. I don't know if I'll jump on the mic or not, but, you know, we've got these positions on. I've got my stops in place. You know, if we start taking off to the upside, it's okay. I'll give back a little bit of dollars here. But the good news is, no matter what, we're banking a beautiful green day today. No complaints. All good. But if I don't see you guys this afternoon, we for sure will see you in the morning at the open. Till then, cheers. God bless.